Head of Russian delegation Medinsky says Russia and Ukraine exchange memorandums with terms for peace settlement. Medinsky says our memorandum contains steps to make full ceasefire.
Morning, good morning. Hmm. Three more. How many do you need? Jesus.
Medinsky says we suggested ceasefire for 2-3 days in certain areas.
Mhm. until the last week. Uh, Good recovery. Good recovery. Cute doggo. It's a weird area. Hmm. Yeah. I don't really. There's really not much here.
Fed slogan says risks from tariffs is for higher unemployment and higher inflation, putting two Fed goals in conflict.
So it's Friday's opening range low and today's opening range high. Here at this 906 on ES. There's potentially some room up, but it's such an awkward area to try to do anything. Hmm. It's always frustrating when we're just like in a single volatile candle, right? We're just like still just sitting in the cell from the 15. Look, good luck.
Fed slogan says it's important to think about tailoring regulatory policy. seeing the Nasdaq 100 turning positive. S&P 500 pairs declined 0.2%. According to CNBC, Trump and Xi are likely to speak this week.
Liquidity is so bad still. Jesus.
This is just some further information to that CNBC piece. A reporter on X from CNBC says a senior White House official tells me Trump and China's Xi are likely to have a direct conversation this week. And I'm told the call will come very soon, but probably not today. So in regards to what they could be speaking about, there are some things flying around that, well, from earlier on, Trump and Xi are likely to speak soon on minerals trade dispute, as according to aid.
And sellers are really trying to press this 370. Still two-sided, but they are definitely trying here. We have 38 seconds till the 15s. It's just such an awkward area because we have this LVN below that we can fill if we can't get back over this. We have sell side pressing really heavily on this 370. We can see that here with this node as well. It's a really awkward area to try because we really want buyers to be present here into this ETH high to defend. But we got to get back over this for me to really care, right? So it's very two-sided in the sense that we know someone's sitting above us. We know that we're in a shorter term downtrend, that we just rejected our value edge. We know we want to see this bid here at our ETH high. But we gotta show interest back above for these buyers to really have anything, or sell side's just going to continue to press here, and then they're going to force us down this LVN. So again, just kind of an awkward area to try to attempt either side. Just gotta give this a bit to play.
Ed Slogan says with oil prices down, there's a risk of lower production, capital investment, and capital investment by energy companies. So again, with oil prices down, there's a risk of lower production and capital investment by energy companies.
What's up, Kevin? Get me out of here. Retesting our NQ value edge as resistance here into 390. Still just trying to flip this 370. Very two-sided. I'll be much more inclined to believe in longs over 390, 400. Until then, it just feels like that's where sell side's going to sit. We saw some absorption there in the last attempt. I'm going to need to see that guy gone, or I'm just going to I'm expecting that we fizzle out into it. We have Goolsby and Powell and speak later tonight. That is here. Hmm. Projecting our value high so far on NQ. Just push back down to 370 off of 390. I'm not in this. Too slow for me, but that makes sense. Yeah, BOE is Bank of England. If you are in a short off of 390, I think that leaving a runner for 310 makes sense, but I think this area is going to just trap you up. So I'm not participating until I see a little more from this area. But yeah, I mean, it's not been great. There's only like two things that I've talked about that we can play around, which is this participant into like 390, 400, who is absorbing, And then we have this secondary seller who's trying at this 370 to flip to push us down further. But I mean, it's just so like we're not doing anything here, which is a little upsetting. But I like this push down to like 310 for a value test with how choppy we've been here. The problem is it's like with how unwilling we are to go down from the 70, right? Like there's been no real like acceleration. We're just seeing higher lows. It's too like coin flippy for me right now. Even though we know that someone's up here, they're not willing to push us down further as of yet, and I'm not really seeing that willingness. And that's just telling me that I don't want to be in that trade, even if we're going to come down to target, because I don't want to be trapped in chop for 30 minutes before it happens while they pick a direction. It just sounds miserable to me. Sounds bad. So I'm just not going to participate.
Fed slogan says we have the time to see how the national policies affect the data.
Mm-hmm. 20 seconds till in 15s.
Fed slogan says when risks change in a material way, we're positioned to respond.
What's up, man? Yeah, sorry, I'm not really saying anything. I don't think that this is all that tradable. Um, Not really looking to be in anything until we get out of here. It was not great. Hopefully, our patience pays. Grind up with random tape bumps. Yeah. Uh, Not my market, bruh. You know? Yeah, man. Like we should be able to play a really nice secondary move from there, either above or below, right? But like I just don't really want to touch it right now. Hmm. I also see, like to me, I see us basically rejecting our period one POC and now trying to shift down again. I think like this 310 makes the most sense to me, but how we get there just does not seem. God, I wish this wasn't synced. How do I? Surely, if I press remove, it doesn't affect these charts, right? Okay. Um, I think that coming back down to the spacing down here could be good. But we're caught in this chop in between, basically. This again. You guys remember this, which just felt really bad. So I don't really want to touch this because I remember this area, and it did not feel great. Right, we're just here again. We can see that it's the same. So I'd rather us either like show interest below and then come back down into at least like POC of this bid that stepped up to rotate us, or I want to see us a bit higher because this just did not feel good when we were trading this last, this like expanding range that we were trading in. Like it just did not feel great, and we're now in the same kind of extreme again where we're just chopping. But once we actually figure out which way we go, which should be all right, I'm not really interested in this. Not conducive to me making good decisions. So this is potentially top of range here again in the 410. $30 till the 15s.
Fed bids for 3-month bills total $1.6 billion, and Fed bids for 6-month bills total $1.5 billion. So, a reminder, with the US 3-month and 6-month bill auctions, the US is looking to sell $76 billion of 3-month bills and $68 billion of 6-month bills. Remember, that's at the bottom of the hour. It's 10 minutes ago until we get the 3-month and 6-month bill auctions. 3-month bill prior high yield of 4.255%, and prior bid cover of 3.18, and 6-month bill prior high yield of 4.160% with a prior bid cover of 2.95.
This is something. You guys have a good weekend? Do anything fun while we wait? Might as well chat it up. Played Womp at a wedding. Okay. How'd they do?
5 minutes ago till we get the 3-month and 6-month bill auction data. 3-month prior high yield of 4.255% and a prior bid cover of 3.18. 6-month bill prior high yield of 4.160% with a prior bid cover of 2.95.
Registered his first shutout? What does that mean? Oh, I got you. Nice. Huge. What's up, Teflon? I didn't do anything this weekend. I recovered and slept is what I did this weekend. Felt myself getting a bit sick, so I just read all weekend and slept as much as I could. I think it's just allergies, though, but I can never be too sure. Pucker, if you just turn on notifications, that should be good. Just put on notifications for the channel, and when I go live, you should get a notification on your phone. Should be as simple as that. But usually around 10 Eastern, 10:30 Eastern, 10 to 10:30, around that time. So we're doing our full range rotation here. See if we are able to bait in these lows or if we actually get our breakdown. Unsure as of right now. Just so slow, man.
Surely
Yeah,
expecting
I
the
don't trade
3-month and
open,
6-month bill auction
so I
data.
don't usually stream then, so that I don't give anyone FOMO. I let the market figure itself out for the first 30 and then hop on, see if we can find anything. But I'm usually on till close, so it's not like we're missing much. Just depends on the day. 20 seconds till new 15s. So far, bidding off our low of our range. I feel like if sell side was serious, we'd want to see them hold this 370, 380, just like last attempt. Same thing with ES. we're going to get another leg down, you'd want to see it into like 906, 908. Or just a full rotation is going to occur. Jesus. I am
3-month bill high
freezing my
yield
ass
of
off. I'll be right back.
4.25%
Off my AC.
with a bid cover of 2.68. The US sells $78 billion of 3-month bills and awards 69.18% of bids at high. 6-month bill auction data coming through with a high yield of 4.150%, bid cover of 3.13. US selling $69 billion of 6-month bills and awards 87.95% of bids at high.
All right. I always turn my AC down at night so that I can sleep with a blanket. And then I wake up and I'm no longer in a blanket, and then I'm in an actual, just like a refrigerator. Yeah. Man. No, this is nothing. Don't touch this. I mean, you have, if you really wanted to play this, the problem is that, like, with how slow we're moving, your stop is literally like, right, like you're playing off of, let's say, a break of these lows. I'm assuming you're saying yes because NQ hasn't done anything. Oops, wrong tool. You're basically looking for this if you would want to put a position on, which is like basically having your stop at the highs and then looking for this low, which like looks fine, but with how small we're moving, like if we don't break down this edge, like this is basically what you're looking for a short right now. And to me, this is a bit too much risk. You know what I'm saying? But like this is what we are watching for on ES. So like you could do it, but understand that your risk is like 7 points above. You know what I'm saying? So I'd rather just wait until the market didn't look like this and then take a trade. Yeah, I mean, again, like it's fine to take something like this, but you have to understand that like this can do a full rotation again if this doesn't hold, and that doesn't mean it gets bullish, but it's like not incredibly bearish down here either, as of yet. Like there's not a ton. You could try again, like with half stop, where you're trading to the POC, but really this full range is where you'd have to put your stop above, and then you're just playing for downside on a breakdown, which is fine, right? Like it's fine, but it might just be a bit more risk than you're willing to put on. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just a bit too slow for me personally, especially without NQ breaking out of its range. I'm not a huge fan of like thinking ES is going to get follow through if NQ is still just chopping in its range. I don't know. Anytime that you see this, this should be one of your signs of like, I'm not touching this. When you have like BOCs that just look like this, we have no directional bias here. You've got nothing. POC? Oh, maybe I said POC. These are point of control for individual candles on the 15-minute. So basically, we just haven't done anything that shows a directional move, right? We're just consolidating here, and you shouldn't be expecting any sort of directional breakout until we start to see a very clear willingness to either bid above or below, right, and break out of this range, and then show like POCs as like our actual bottom or top when it's in the middle of the candle and we're just like dojoing over and over again on the 15. That's not price action that I am very interested in because it doesn't have any potential to actually move, and it's going to be very messy. So it's just like if you don't want to get chopped up, a good way to avoid that is to just not trade when price looks like that, looks like this, right? Gonna get another full range rotation here on NQ. It's literally just the POC of that 15-minute candle. That's what they are representing. So each candle gets a value high, a POC, and a value low. So when they're all the same, it just means that we're not going anywhere. It's just consolidation, so we shouldn't expect a ton. A good example, like when we're actually trending. Or like when we'll actually find a low. So we'll see like a POC into our low like this. And then we'll start to hold POCs as supportive on our way up. Holding them as supportive on our new candle. Holding them as supportive on our new candle. Holding them as supportive on our new candle and pushing out, right? And then this is what a top looked like. It's very similar to what we're seeing right now, which is just this chop, right? A decision needed to be made. And then that resulted, and then a very large move down. And now we're doing this again, where we're just consolidating again. We have these flat POCs, and we're in a very clear range. And so we can play once we have that actual breakout, and then we're holding those POCs just like we were on Friday, where we started to actually make these supportive on new candle opens, and that gave us that up thrust, right? That breakout. But until then, right, like I don't really want to be trading this. It just doesn't, it's not very conducive to good trading. So yeah. Not looking for a breakdown or a breakout. We know that price is just chopping. And that's your full range rotation on an NQ. It's just footprint. It's a chart type on TradingView. If you go to your chart type, it's called volume footprint. This is NQ on the left. This is ES on the right. We're flipping between R4 pain and then this 2 pain. That's all. I just wanted to really highlight the current range that we're trading in on NQ because I think it's obvious, but I don't want people to get stuffed. Rotation back down or bullish break? I don't know.
EU votes to curb China's access to medical device procurement. Nasdaq turns positive, last up 0.2%. So a reminder, earlier on in the European session in the morning, The EU headline said that the EU is poised to curb China's access to medical device procurement. So further detail into this, European Union agreed overwhelmingly to curb Chinese medical device manufacturers' access to public procurement contracts in the bloc, according to people familiar with the matter. EU nations voted Monday on the measure, which will ban access to public contracts worth more than 5 million euros or $5.7 million, said one of the people. The move is the first action taken by the EU based on its international procurement instrument, a 2022 law that's meant to promote reciprocity in access to public procurement markets.
Hmm. Dude, the volume is so bad. Ugh. 20 seconds until new 15s. See if we can hold the breakout or if this rotates back through off of a failure up here. Still incredibly slow.
IBM unveils What's Next AI Labs, the ultimate accelerator for AI builders, startups, and enterprises in New York City.
So far rejecting POC a previous candle on retest, back to our halfway back in value low. If bid is going to be anywhere, it needs to be here, and we need to get back over 430, or the offer will be sitting there on NQ. Failure to hold here just looks like a rotation back down to 400 to me. I don't know. I haven't found anything that I want to trade so far today, personally. into our 430, see if that offer sits here for a lower high or if we're able to push through. The offer's still just sitting here at 430. Unless we can get over like 41s, to me this just looks like where sell side sits, but we can pop and hold over these highs. I don't see a reason why we can't keep going. But I'm just looking at this right now as where offers attempting to sit. They can flip it, awesome. We held our range low on the breakout on NQ at 410s. Now just watching to see if we can pop over this 440 or if this 430, 440 is going to continue to hold this offer.
UK defense review coming through. So UK should keep military to military channels of communication with China. UK Defence Review recommends Middle East and Indo-Pacific as next priority regions for defence engagement after Euro-Atlantic.
Julian. If you're playing off this 30, this is your first RR basically, like risk to reward, risk off into 20. There's not a lot here. We're just playing off this offer that's sitting at this 30 to 40, but we're still maintaining higher lows. Just very range bound today. Really not great. No, I wasn't online then. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's been pretty boring session so far. Yeah, I guess so. If we can push through this. Bid trying to flip that 430. Just not a bad sign. Just need to show interest. So slow, man. Yeah. Yeah, probably for the best.
Trump tariff legal foes ask court to halt levies during appeal. To Boulder, attack suspect criminally charged by U.S. prosecutors. So again, Boulder attack suspect criminally charged by U.S. prosecutors. Just clarification there. Trump tariff legal foes ask court to halt levies during appeal. Trump, excuse me, ignore that last point. Just Trump in Truth Social talking about something, an attack in Boulder, Colorado. Ignore that.
What a snoozer, man. Back to our 20s here off another rejection of our 30 to 40. See if bid steps in here again or if we can actually get a bit more.
Further detail here, a group of small businesses who won a ruling that most of Trump's global tariffs are illegal, won them blocked during the administration's appeal, saying they were suffering immediate harm from the economic uncertainty.
This is a
And a Monday
great secondary
filing in
risk
the US Court
off.
of International Trade, which
If you're
last week
playing
ruled
off
that
of
Trump
this.
exceeded his authority in imposing broad trade levies. The group opposed the administration's request that the tariffs remain in place during its appeal. So the appealing process will likely continue for months. So pause that long would be a win for the White House. It's unclear what effects a ruling by the trade court on the stay request would have. The court's May 28th decision was already put on short-term pause by the US Court of Appeals for the Federal Circuit. The appeals court is also considering whether to grant a longer lasting pause and has the power to overrule the trade court. The groups suing have been asked to file their opposition in federal circuit by December 9th.
Alright, well, that was my first trade of the day. Crazy. What Boring price action. Yeah, I don't know about great, but it was alright. I took a stop on first attempt. Too tight of a stop at the highs. But then just reloaded. Only lost 10 points on one contract, and then tried with 2 to make up for the loss on 30s again, and then just played it down to 410. So scratched out our first L trying it, and then made profit by taking 2. It's just a range trade. It's very clearly someone absorbing here into 40s, but not very playable. We're just seeing, this is what I'm seeing on Footprint. Just price unable to show interest above our POC of our last 2 candles, and someone just taking in size up here, and price pushing below it. So just playing that momentum away from that area, so we know that a seller's already sitting there. And then it's just this range trade between our value high at 45s back down to our 410, which is POC from our previous period off of PVZ. So that's something. But yeah, and it's all right. Nothing crazy. We know that 400, 410 is our pivot, and if we enter back in, then we rotate through that range. But we have to risk off knowing that this is where our range was building before, right? So now it's just a matter of what happens here. Do we put in a lower high, or do we push through by another hold of our bid? Right, because if this is our value, where we're seeing buyers at our 400, 410, we need to expect that they'll be here. What we want to see from sellers is them just continuing to lower the boat and ideally press that low, or sorry, press that high, where we show no interest above, keeping these guys off sides, and then show interest a little bit further down, right? Just stepping that offer down. So if they can do that, then we can keep going down. If we take out these highs, I'd expect us to test into like 60s pretty quickly. Or it's just a range.
According to Interfax, citing memorandum, Russia sees beginning of complete withdrawal of Ukrainian troops from Russian territory, including Donetsk, Luhansk, Zaporizhia, and Kherson regions, as one of options for establishing a ceasefire. So Russia's memorandum assumes Ukraine's neutrality.
Good rejection, 430 so far. We need to see the lows broken. Again, like for sell side, we need them to maintain these participants offsides, right? So we want to see this offer lower, and then we want to see this get taken, that we can do this rotation through. If this doesn't happen, and we do, after this rotation down, we see our offer sit here, and then we see the bid try, and then we see this look over, I'm much more inclined to believe of upside than downside, right? If we take out these highs. So I'm just flat now, waiting. Took my 20 points, got the hell out.
So just to clarify then, Russian memorandum demands Ukraine to leave 4 regions according to TASS. And Russia proposes recognition of Crimea, Luhansk, Donetsk, Zaporizhia, and Kherson regions as part of Russia and complete withdrawal of Ukrainian military units from these territories, again being cited by Interfax. The memorandum envisages restoration of economic relations with Ukraine, including gas transit.
There's no way they go with that.
Also, Russian memorandum suggests confirmation of Ukraine's status as a non-nuclear weapon state with an explicit ban on deployment of nuclear weapons on its territory. Russian proposals for resolving Ukrainian crisis envisage holding elections in Ukraine and then signing a peace treaty, according to TASS. And it also proposes limiting the number of Ukrainian troops and weapons. Bank of England's man says we must consider interactions of QT and rate decisions.
Offer still sitting here. We gotta take out that 40 if we want to go higher. Nice job, Kevin.
Again, Bank of England's man says we must consider interactions of QT and rate decisions. QT tightening cannot perfectly offset rate cuts.
We're watching to see if offer will step down one more time, giving us a directional change. Right, we just failed at the highs. Just rotating our balance now between our yellow and red box. We want to see a shift. If there's no shift, then there's nothing new to be expected. Yeah, that makes sense.
We have posted our Bank of England's man's speech on the financial newsfeed for you to read through. So this is Man's fireside chat at the Federal Reserve Board of Governors 75th anniversary, or the IF conference. Okay, so the text is due to be published at 3 p.m. UK time, so that'll be 8 p.m. Eastern time. Reminder with Bank of England's man, they're due to speak at 5:30 p.m. Eastern time. So reminder, at 12:45 p.m. Eastern Time, Fed's Goolsby is due to participate in a moderated Q&A in the Quad Cities Business Journal Mid-Year Economic Review in Davenport, Iowa. Text is to be determined, but there is a Q&A.
For those that weren't watching stream, again, this is what I tried. just to add on to what Kevin just did. What he's talking about. Just over 410, right? And or 430, 440. Got stopped on my first contract on attempt. Then tried it again on the failure to look above, and then look like then we saw that offer step down at 430, and then I just pressed it for 20 points down, and now just flat waiting for directional change here. Either I look over 40s and then a pretty clear bid for upside, or I'll be looking for just another rotation here again. So basically a step down, and then an offer, and then just a rotation through again if we fail. Much more inclined to believe in the upside move if these lows continue to maintain higher and we can get over this 40 and show interest. But until then, right, it's just another balance area. Not going to overtrade it. We took money out of it, so now it's just can we break? Or does this continue to fail? Press my luck again if we can push that edge, show interest above. Mm-hmm. I'm not in this, by the way. There wasn't a great reoffer for me, so I didn't play it. But another rejection, 430, 440. Again, I'm not looking to play every balance rotation in here. Just when things look good to me.
Hello, everybody.
Up.
Not much. I am ready to trade in a 3-point range for the next 4 hours.
Got JPOW at soon. $20 minutes, yeah. At 1 p.m. So maybe the market moves then. Here's the stream and chat.
So a couple of minutes ago until we're expected to hear from Fed Schoolsby in a moderated Q&A. at the Quad City Business Journal mid-year economic review in Davenport, Iowa. As the text is to be determined, and there is a Q&A.
Oh, if we're getting a bit heavy down here into 410, 420, they're trying to shift it off another failure at our highs. I'd really need to see them take this out for any acceleration back through our old range. This 410 is super important for them to take. Tempting now.
So just a reminder, at the top of the hour, we're expecting to hear from
opening
Fed's
now.
Powell delivering remarks. We do have a video for him on the left-hand side of the economic calendar on his name. If you click it, it'll open up to the link. We'll post it out a little bit later on the feed. But he's giving opening remarks at the Board of Governors IF 75th anniversary conference, where text is expected but no Q&A.
See how they interact here into our lows. I would like sell side the whole 2025. That's the highest I'd want to see it go. Or we're just going to do another full rotation. Basically looking to see if offer can now shift downwards here on this look below our 410. See if they can flip this, if we can continue downward, or if we're just going to do another balance rotation. I'd like to see, again, sell side sit here and then do this rotation through on a look. But we have not yet seen it. If there's an offer that steps in here at a lower high, or if we're doing full rotation up. Whatever happens here will let me know what I should be looking for my next play. Because like if sell side shows that interest lower, then I'll be looking for the secondary leg for this rotation through. If we fail here and we pop our highs, then I'll be looking for our long up with then these guys trapped at our lows, right? But until then, like again, I'm waiting for a secondary leg. Very important.
So we have posted out the video where Powell is due to deliver his opening remarks on the Financial News feed for you to watch. According to Zelensky, Ukraine delegation to have meetings in the US this week, and Norway gives Ukraine positive signal on gas supply. So Zelensky says we're discussing €1 billion gas deal with Norway. Also, just a heads up, in about 10 minutes' time, we're expected to hear from Fed's Powell, giving opening remarks at the IF 75th anniversary conference, where text is expected, no Q&A. We have also posted out the video of him where he's due to speak live on the Financial News feed.
Something like a 20-point range on NQ.
Very exciting.
Since a heads up, Fed Scoresby currently speaking live now in Iowa.
Look into our 40s again off of a hold of 410s, rotation up, see if we can hold these highs on the takeout. Need to see a bit more of a look above. Good bid so far. I'd like to see this push to at least 60. Ideally.
Five minutes ago, we're expected to hear from Fed's Powell giving opening remarks Text is expected, no Q&A. It's Goolsby says, so far, we've had excellent inflation reports, surprisingly little direct impact of tariffs. And I don't know if that will remain true the next 1 to 2 months.
One
1
minute.
minute to go now, till we get Fed's Powell's text.
Would be amazing if we could hold this 30 to 40 on the open of JPOW. Show interest above. That would be a great sign. I expect some volatility once we get some of his speech, but so far we're holding where we need to. It's going to be a matter of can it sustain once that volatility steps in.
Goolsby still thinks that underneath all the tariff dirt in the air, rates can come down over the next over 12 to 18 months. 10 seconds to Powell.
What happens
Says
if
Powell does not comment on monetary policy or economic outlook in prepared remarks.
Okay. What happens if these guys above 40 fail up here and then we get our look below? And then this holds, right? Well, we're back in this, and then these guys are off
So again,
sides.
to repeat with Gorsby, he says, I still
fall.
think underneath all the tariff dirt in the air, rates can come down over 12 to 18 months. Gorsby says, I still think if we can get past this bumpy period, dual mandate looks pretty good.
Should be our first risk off there. Good pop. Move stops up.
We have posted out Fed Pal's opening remarks on the feed for you to read through. So looking through this speech here, there's nothing else really. No other bits of commentary or comments from Fed's Pal. Fed's Pal now delivering his opening remarks. Again, as said, there's no text or excuse me, there's no Q&A for him.
I'll be right back. This is our value edge retests on both ES and NQ, seeing if we can build above. POC holding on this 15 so far. Open of our new candle. Just our flip over our 40 edge like we talked about. Now it's just a matter of can we build up here. As long as these value edges are holding as supportive, should be able to go for continuation, but it's a bit slow. Just chilling a runner. See if we can get up into the like 80 target on NQ if this 50-60 can hold. And ES, you're looking for like 930. We're just watching our value edges. Can they sustain or no?
Bank of England's man says extra cuts to short rates to compensate for QT could run counter to need to purge structural rigidities in UK labour and product markets. A man adds that I expect these issues will be part of MPC considerations before September QT decision.
So I've had one stop out and 2 actionable trades so far today. And again, we were just looking for this secondary move once we broke out of balance. Stopped out here on this original short entry when we were looking for 430. Got stopped out into 441. Then played this again on the reoffer, and then the rotation down. And then we were just waiting for a directional decision to be made. We saw the look above after our hold of our lows, and then our bid over our 40 for this rotation up. Now sustaining and holding where it needs to. So it looks fine for secondary targets. We can continue to sustain. I don't know, not much more else to say. Slow
Bank of
price
England's man
action.
says the impact of QT is more salient issue now because the Bank of England is cutting rates.
It's a lot of patience for like 20 points so far, you know?
Yep.
He loves that purple tie, man.
Goresby says a lot of gun shy about arguing that tariffs will have a transitory effect on inflation.
J. Paul just finished with his opening remarks, as far as I can tell. Yeah, event's over. Wow, huge.
Big moves.
Chad is freaking out. Okay. Sir, did you see that post on Reddit this weekend of the Ukrainian soldier walking through a field and his foot is just like he's dragging like a mile of fiber optic cable? Like apparently a vast part of like the Ukraine Russia DMZ is just covered in fiber optic cable because the way that they're making the drones work as a failsafe so that they can't be
Goresby says recent PC inflation print may have been the last vestige of pre-tariff impact.
the way that they're preventing drones from getting hacked or their communication basically being disconnected by any sort of like device is that they have this super thin spool of fiber optic cable on the back of the drone and it just flies with it so that they can't be interrupted or jammed. So like Ukraine is just this there's like this floss of fiber optics all
Surely
over the ground
expecting the
everywhere.
Fed reverse repo
That's
operation data.
crazy.
Yeah, it's very interesting.
That cable itself is kind of like gnarly too. Like when it cuts you, and like it's quite sharp and stuff.
Yeah, it's I mean
Like
it's
if the
like
sheathing
glass.
gets off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I thought that was crazy. I didn't realize like that's how they were preventing jamming, but it makes a lot of sense is that they can just have a spool because it's so lightweight. The spool can be on the drone itself. And so when the drone pulls away, there's no even if there was like something that got caught in the pathing because the spool is on the drone and not on the starting position, it can just keep going regardless and keep pushing. Let me see if I can find the video. It's just like new age war pollution. It's just fiber optics everywhere. It's kind of weird.
$28 counterparties take 135, spot $841 billion at Fed reverse repo operation.
Yeah, okay, I saw you just posted
White
a
House's press secretary Levitt,
picture.
speaking to reporters, says the EU came to the table thanks to Trump threat on tariff, and that we remain optimistic of a deal with the EU on trade. We'll see if we can try and find a video of her, but if you speak to reporters, probably not going to be one. We'll try anyway.
Try anyways.
Crazy. It's funny how it's always like these shoddy. You spend like billions of dollars on R&D to like jam drones, and then they're like, "Why don't we just
Levitt
put like a
says Trump
fishing
and Xi will likely
fishing
talk
line
this
of
week.
fiber optic cable on the end of it, and then just send it out?" Like, okay, all of that research, all that dev, just out of the way, right down the toilet.
I was man, I don't remember who it was, but I was watching a podcast.
Levitt
with, like,
concludes her
a-
remarks to
oh, sorry.
reporters.
Is like a current like buds, like the Navy SEAL, like someone who does like the training.
Mm-hmm.
They're talking about the differences, and they're like, back when we were in, it would take like 3 years to like create something new, and then until it became obsolete. And now it's like 3 weeks,
Yeah,
and that's something that they're really struggling. Like the old guard is really struggling with, compared to like new kids coming through are way better at it, just because like the technology's so fast and people aren't used to it. But yeah, things change like literally every 3 weeks. Something goes obsolete.
yeah. It doesn't. And how do
Versus-
you as like the world power, who is basically very corporate in its structuring, handle
Yes.
that, where you have to like get approvals, and then like by the time that like that actual like manufacturing and the job is pushed through, and like your products are like
Yeah.
obsolete.
Yep.
There's so much corporate structure in our government. Like you have like an actual active battle line in Ukraine where they're adapting every day.
It's like literally, I think he said like 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Like they create like a new like a drone like technique and like different software in it, and then 3 weeks they have to do something else because they figured it out. Ah, yes, Kiss Shirley.
As long as that nuke is landing directly on top of your head as the first person to die.
You're gonna say Ohio. You better got the kids rizzed up there.
Um,
Did I do that right? I think I did that right.
This is becoming a bit more bearish here on this look above and fail. That's what it's looking like to me. You're gonna need to see a pretty significant bid here at 40 to 50 on NQ if we're gonna sustain it all and get back over our value edge, or RTY is gonna lead us down. Just keep that in mind that we've basically failed at these highs. And we have entered back inside value. So our retest of our value edge on ES I think will be pretty important. RTY has found potential support here into our POC shift at 65s. But then we're going to need to see a break of the lower highs for continuation, or expect a rotation back through. So I need to see pretty significant bids here. This is ES testing our value edge. See if we can get above and hold, or if this is going to hold as resistance, and then it leads to one more leg down, just maintaining our downtrend, right? It's a terrible straight line. value edge retest. See if we push down to POC.
Morgan Stanley
we can bid
kicks
back
off a
above
$5 billion debt
and
sale
start to
for
rotate up.
Musk's XAI.
Again, I think it'll be pretty dependent on if Russell finds a low here. Pretty strong rejections off our value edges so far in ES and NQ, with Russell also failing. Watching our low on RTY to see if we find a double bottom here. Nothing has been confirmed, but it is a decent rejection so far of our value edges on both ES and NQ. Again, for upside, we need to see this sustain above. It is tempting here at 40, but two-sided still so far. Sellers getting absorbed and sellers taking in here on the highs, right? So just doji candle, waiting for a decision to be made. either like a very clear push over this like 60-65 above and bid, or a push below 40s for a push continuation down on NQ. Just give it a little bit. New 15s have opened. Watching to see if sell side can put in another lower high here just to continue this. Yes, down into PVZ first target here at our 917 off of our failure here at 23s at our value high edge. I'd like to see this push down to 14s ideally, but if we pop back over, there's no change. Again, sell side needs to get us below 40s on NQ. Russell needs to continue to show that weakness down for the downside. It's just arranging right now between our value high edge on both ES and NQ and just this lower support that we've identified. If bids can show interest over 60 to 70, 60 to 65, I think NQ has the ability to go. But again, it's very just two-sided here, just a range until we can break. Be your first risk off if you are playing off the highs, back to our low. See if this continues to just be range bound here from 40 to 60, 65.
Same thing on ES, our 21, 22, 23 area, right? Just our value edge.
Yeah, man. It is something. That busy.
Hello.
Back to our 40 here. 60, 65 still holding. ES 22, 23 still holding. Just need Russell to break down. Back down to our 40 bid. I swear Obi's like entire purpose in life is just to send me and tag me in things that are going to ruin my algorithm. That's his sole purpose
Yes.
in life, is just Send me
True.
the most slop thing he can.
Yep. He's quite good at it too.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
you got to give him credit, but no, I agree.
What is this? What did he tag me in? $442 to $450. It's a really tight range on NQ. Holy. We're just waiting to see if these guys will continue to absorb into 440 and then pop us over 65, basically recovering this POC at our highs, or if this slow downtrend is going to persist and we will continue to show our value highs as resistance with no interest above, which is just basically telling us that we're seeing confirmation of this shift of value and that these guys are off sides, which should rotate then back down. And we'd be looking for rotations down to like POC down here if we were going to sustain this value edge as resistance at 60. Right, first target would be looking for like 25s, and then secondary targets we'd be looking for like 380, 370 if this fails. So it's super slow right now. We're just waiting to see which way this breaks. We talked about this being a short, and now it's just taking off risk into 440. And if we can see the sustained look down, I'd be looking for this 25. And then again, just rotations down to POC down here. But if we can continue to bid here, and then we step up and we show interest back above our value edge, then we can keep going off of a failure to shift value down. Right now, it's just a very tight 20-point range between 440 and 460. While we wait for Russell to decide if it wants to go break down for this move down to VWAP, or if we can push back up over our 30-second opening range high, over 67s for any continuation up. So really relying on the Russell to kind of lead this move down. So far, it's been just bottoming out here. I'd love to see it shift down to VWAP for one more leg down on NQ and ES, but with how slow we're going, it's really a 50-50 if you're not in from the edge high already. This is ES pushing in a target from our pivot above now into PVZ here at 17s.
Ontario Finance Minister says that tariffs are a lose-lose policy. They're currently speaking on TV at the moment.
Pushing into first target here on NQ off our break below 40s into our 25s. See if we get more. Russell starting to lead down. I think we can head down to VWAP if this breakdown can hold. But regardless, not bad so far. Yeah, I mean, it's slow, but like it's holding where we need to. So you just have to be patient in your trades, right? Like, I mean, 5 points of risk is nothing for this move. Same thing on ES. Like, as long as that's maintaining, right? There's no shift. And like, this is still just target, which is a great 4 to 1 is a great trade. This is taking some time, you know. And same thing on NQ. RTY pushing up, coming back up into our resistance here. See if that offers again, or if it's going to start diverging, allowing for NQ and ES to actually push values. So just watching to see if we curl here, or if this starts to show upside potential for a break of this downtrend. I'd love to see 40 go offer now on NQ if we were going to continue to push down. But if Russell doesn't want it, it's going to be tough for NQ to get the secondary move. Basically, just want to see if these buyers are now our sellers on flip. Russell, rejection of our higher range, back down to our lows. You have what, 4 minutes left on this candle? Yeah. Yes, value edge retest into our 2175, 2375. That's just the where we were shorting last. See if it flips with Russell showing interest, or if this holds again as offer. If RTY shows interest above, then I think that upside makes more sense than down. But if offers maintain and Russell continues to just hold this as resistance and ES shows no interest over our value edge, I don't see why anything is shifted. Just retest those lows again from first target. So we want to see like a pretty clear shift across the board over value if we're going to go up. New 15s have opened. Bid attempting to hold 40s on NQ. Not bad. Seeing higher lows. See if we can get over or if there's going to be no change. But this buyer trying to come back in is not a terrible sign for the bid. Right? We're just trying to recover these guys here. Still need to show that interest above, but it is not a terrible situation if bid can hold here and then look over like this, trapping these guys off sides. Right, into this low. Need to see a bit more from them though.
Seeing here from Axios, US nuclear deal offer allows Iran to enrich uranium. So did see some movement towards the downside on WTI.
So far, no shift in this trade idea.
Further from the article, which we have posted out on the feed, the nuclear deal proposed the US gave Iran on Saturday would allow limited low-level uranium enrichment on Iranian soil for a to-be-determined period of time. So this contradicts public statements from top officials.
Same rejection point on ES, just our value edge. Same with Russell, no interest over that
Also, just some
66.
further information.
ES
When
attempting.
Axios asked the White House did not deny any of the details of the proposal described to Axios.
Sorry, NQ still bouncing our 40 bid on recovery. Just rotating between these two pivots.
So from them, they
Very
cite
tight range.
Levitt, the White House press secretary, saying that Trump has made it clear that Iran can never obtain a nuclear bomb. Special Envoy Witkoff has sent a detailed and acceptable proposal to the Iranian regime, and it's in their best interest to accept it. Out of respect for the ongoing deal, the administration will not comment on the details of the proposal to the media.
Buyers are going to try to show. I'd like to see it be quite aggressive.
Really didn't get filled there. That's crazy.
Seeing some further movement towards the downside then off of the Axios headline. Again, newest nuclear deal offer allows Iran to enrich uranium.
All right, well, that was just another rotation from 60 deck down to 40. ES still rejecting the same pivot. Russell still showing weakness. Just no change in our range. It sucks that I didn't get in on that.
According to draft of requests, Trump administration wants nation's best offer by Wednesday in tariff talks.
This is like off by a tick.
Feels bad.
Yeah, that is what it is.
Let me keep an eye on RTY here. View up. 15-minute ORL.
I tried to short 59s. I didn't get filled, Izzy. I'm glad you did.
Further detail into this, the Trump administration wants nations to provide their best offer on trade negotiations by Wednesday, as officials seek to accelerate discussions with multiple partners ahead of a self-imposed deadline in just 5 weeks. So the draft from the US Trade Representative provides a window into how Trump plans to bring a close to a close unwieldy negotiations with dozens of nations that kicked off on April 9th when he paused his liberation tariffs for 90 days until July 8th, after stock, bond, and currency markets revolted over the sweeping nature of the levies. So specifically, according to the draft document, the US is asking nations to list their best proposals in a number of key areas, including tariff and quota offers for purchase of US industrial and agricultural products, and plans to remedy any non-tariff barriers. Other requested items include any commitments on digital trade and economic security, along with nation-specific commitments according to the letter.
So far to me, this looks like a good low test off of that sweep through, and then bid stepping back in at 40s. So like if we can take out this high, this looks fine to me because we just confirmed that low, but we need to see them take out that high. So like if you're playing off 40, this should be your first risk off regardless into 60. But if we can show interest over 60, 65, I think we actually can break. I'm not mad at this low. It reminds me a lot of like a MOC wicking, and then our bid steps back in once like volume steps back in after the volatility, and then we show interest here again. So if this can now look above and hold, I think that we have enough people potentially trapped into these lows that this can now actually run. Testing now. New 15s opening. Yeah, I think 80 is a great first risk off, but I don't mind your 500. Yeah, see, like that. As soon as we see that recovery and hold, that felt much better. Take 23 points.
It's 30-31. Friday high on ES. That's 32.5. We've triple stacked value highs at 30, so pretty important area.
All that took was for us to wait for Russell to actually hit VWAP, and then we got our immediate bid and flip. It's good to remember that when we look back on these areas. It's like, oh, okay. RTY finally went to target after rejecting our highs over and over again. Finally got that low look, and then we got our big push afterwards on recovery of NQ40s and also VWAP bid, and then flip back into our range. So if like RTY can now hold here at 66 and flag, that'd be sick, or continuation potential. We're actually going to keep going. I took off risk into 80 from our bid at 60s here once we confirmed this 40 buyer, just like we talked about. But now it's just a matter of what do we do? I think if our RTY can find this bid, we can actually get this push here. Things don't look terrible. I think it's going to take a second. Let this settle. Yeah, exactly. This 80 to 480 to 490 is what I care about. See if we can get over. Same thing with this 930 on ES. And for Russell, like we need to show interest above this. This is our 30-second opening range high at 67. So let's just see if we can get the hell out of here. Good push, good push. Russell leading. ES into our reversion zone off PVZ and Q into ADR. Waiting for pullback. Yeah, I don't think that's a bad idea. I mean, like your most bullish pullback would be this 75.80. The more reasonable pullback would be a fill of this LVN into 60.65. But if 75.80 can maintain, then we're in a pretty good spot. If not, then we're just going to have to fill in this imbalance from that sweep up and then just retest the break, I guess. Target above would be like 517, 520. Around here, if we can hold this. I'm gonna delete this now that this has been pushed. And we know that we have liquidity down here. We have our stacked imbalance that's been created. And then our most bullish bid and hold again was just this 75.80. Russell leading up still. Oh, I meant this was our ORL, not ORH for Russell. Whoops. So I'm expecting this to do probably something like this. And then we figure out where we're going. That'd be my guess. On RTY, on Russell. Expect this to be our rejection here. At least short term, lose a little bit of momentum.
So seeing a move towards the upside in the S&P 500. That's post the original headline that we had of Trump administration wants nation's best offer by Wednesday in tariff discussions, according to a draft of request.
We show interest over 73.5 in our day open here, up into a value high. And this doesn't need to happen. This just goes supportive, and then we keep going. 30 seconds till noon 15s. Whopper still just sitting here at 510. Russell still holding our ORM as resistance and our ETH high. New 15s have opened. There's an attempt to hold POC so far.
NYMEX WTI crude July futures settle at $62.52 a barrel, up $1.73 or 2.85%. Also seeing NYMEX diesel July futures settle at about $2.04 a gallon. Gasoline July futures settle at around $2.05 a gallon. And NYMEX natural gas July futures settle at about $3.69.
Alright. Finally getting our pullback with Russell into RM. See how we push down into this halfway back and our ORL. I think we have one more leg down on NQ. Into like 80 to 90, but we shall see. Just an inside candle on a mother bar from our last 15, right? Big bullish candle. Just watching to see how much we need to pull back. That pullback would be into like our value low last candle if we were going to hold, as well as like our halfway back at 90. Just keeping an eye on that.
Five more minutes.
Brent crude futures settle at $64.43 a barrel, up $1.85 or 2.95%.
Wanted just a little bit lower. I mean, it's fine where we held. It's very bullish. If we can close up here, and then the new 15 opens for a 3-bar. But I mean, I wanted us to come down a little bit lower into 80 to 90. Instead, we tagged like low 90s, and that's Russell's still holding our pivot. I'll be much more convinced when I see RTY show interest above. We have 20 seconds until new 15s. Just flagging across the board. Crawling your way back. What were you down? $15?
43 cents.
I'm so confused. Last screenshot you posted, you were negative 15.
Why is the master at 2-cent trades?
What are you taking?
He's doing tick drills on live account. Proud of you, buddy.
Is he actually?
I don't know, it seems like it. Like, that's okay. That's actually just called mental illness, but you're doing terrific, bud. Keep it up. Proud of you.
I almost want to try this 505 with like a stop below 90 and then just try to play this up and let it be. Hmm. I wanted that dip into 90. That's my problem is like I don't want my stop to be at where I want my entry. It's such a like awkward thing to do. Profile's a profile. True? You just need to become friends with like all the Twitch music guys. Like Eliminate and Bishu. You just need to start hanging out in their discords.
It's true, actually.
I don't understand how you become a well-known producer without hanging out with those people at this point if in that scene. And then just like win a battle. It's the videos that I post like every day. Where they're doing like challenges. They do a lot of music for like Monster Cat.
Lemonade toured with Shaq, Ty. Go meet Mr. O'Neill.
It's just like you have to like I don't know how you get out unless you're doing like live shows. I don't know how you get like any promotion. So at least with that, you'd have a full audience.
4.5 minutes here till final hours. Still sitting on these highs.
This is good so far. I went for that liquidity on ES. 25s on NQ. Just took in a decent amount of size there. There's liquidity at like 29s on NQ. I don't know, they might go for it like they did on ES. Yeah, the 505 was good. What I did as well, Sauce. But I don't know. We took in a decent amount of size up here. We have 40 seconds until new 15s. New 15s opening now. Goodbye, Sauce.
See you in 2 minutes.
guy is still showing at 29s. Every time he shows up, my dom goes so thin because in comparison to those 600 lots, skews everything. Does this guy pull or what is he doing? He's ruining the
Spoofing
fun.
is illegal.
He is ruining the fun.
Spoofing is illegal.
We wicked into 29s. We did not fill that guy. He moved up.
Spoofing is illegal.
I'd love for this to curl over. I'm really not looking for longs here, and I'm not looking for a short into that high. I want to see us like actually curl and get below this like 505. Show interest below this node edge, and then we could do something. It just seems like balance here for right now. Either like this will hold or this will offer, and then we can play that rotation through. I don't know. We'll see what happens here. We went straight to 29s and then sold, but I didn't take it. I wanted to see what was going to happen there. Again, like 505 seems still like a decent level to be playing around. Yeah, it's a very slow day in today motivation. Very slow.
It's a little surprising, actually. There's really not much going on this week. Well, I guess drop data end of week, but
Centothune says that I will look at section 899 in tax bill. The Senate Majority Leader Thune currently speaking to reporters. So anyone who's confused about Section 899 as part of the One Big Beautiful Bill contains a clause that allows for the possibility of imposing a progressive tax load of up to 20% on the passive income of foreign investors, such as dividend or royalty payments. So this charge will be paid by entities like sovereign funds and companies that have businesses in the US, or individuals from nations that impose duties on the US that it considers unfair, including a digital services tax. So according to a report from Reuters on Friday, George Savelis, the head of FX research at Deutsche Bank, said in a note that this legislation is expected to transform the ongoing trade war between the US and other world nations into a capital war. So specifically, they said, we see this legislation as creating the scope for the US administration to transform a trade war into a capital war if it so wishes, a development that is highly relevant in the context of today's court decision constraining Trump on trade policy. It's reminded with, again, comments made from Deutsche Bank, head of FX research on 30th of May there. Thune says that I want to make sure provisions of tax bill are pro-growth.
This guy on ES at 45. What's his size? Oh, 1,000 lots.
I don't know what's going. It's like the moving like the NQ guy. And Thune says Senate is examining retaliatory tax provision. It's, again, just referring to the section 889. Excuse me, section 899 in tax bill. New 15s.
is where we watch to see if bids are going to be able to hold this 505, 510. It should be your first risk off if you're in shorts. If we can push below this and show that weakness, then I will actually be looking to take a position. This is just the bottom of our little short-term balance here with these 3 POCs that are positioned here into 505, 510 from the move up. I think curl over begins once we take out that 505, 510. Until then, just upper balance.
Senator Thune says that I'm talking to the White House about Russia sanctions. OMB's Vought and House Speaker Johnson are to meet this afternoon, according to Fox News. Says Fox News citing OMB spokesperson on Johnson meeting.
You have 2 guys now on EOS. Or at least 2 positions. 600 at 40s and 1000 at 44.75.
I'm wondering if that lower order is just to entice a pop for a fill. But market manipulation is illegal, so surely
not.
Surely I'm wrong.
They're going for tie. They don't want him to go net neutral on the day. They want him to stay at negative $2. Unlucky, bro.
Spoof me once, he says. Spoof me once. They can't handle your size, man. You're setting off alarms at Citadel.
The offer has to flip this. If bid just absorbs here and we don't see this offer take, I don't know if we get more. This is target. Should be your first fill. We're risking off. If we get over 25s, I think it's kind of done. 505, 510, good little absorption there. Offer sitting at 25 above. So there's not a lot here. Just a little range. We need them to reject this high. We want them to basically slam and reload here, and then rotate through if it's going to go down, or I expect we take that out pretty quick. And then we just go on our way. We'll see what happens, but that makes the most sense to me so far based off of what we've seen with our levels. I'm out half from 10. Took off a little bit more here. I'm hoping that we pop and go for that to fill that guy up at like 45s on EOS, and that gives NQ room. We'll see. I just have a couple lots on from 10. Stop below 505.
If we do get the ES pop, I would like to clear through into 50. Just for structural sake.
I'm out one more, 2 runners left. Liquidity at 40s on NQ. That guy got filled, didn't he?
Mm-hmm.
40s filled as well on NQ. All right. Well, that's something. What did I just do? There we go. Another 1,000 lots. They filled the guy at 47, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's another 1,000 that are on book now. They're just in the runner. What happens? Only confident in that edge low. What? Be right back.
Ow.
They fill that guy in ES. What happened? I wasn't here. No, he's still there.
Yeah. We have this 45 pocket though. There are like sellers pushing in, and liquidity's coming out on bid. I don't know. At this time, I guess we still have a half hour. I half think this size is kind of just a nothing burger, but I find it more meaningful on NQ.
Yeah, I was more just using it as magnets. Once we held that pivot, so yeah, okay. Back up.
It was like that first like big pocket at 47. That was like really orderly transactions. It wasn't. I don't know. We'll see what happens, but.
You'd want to see the bid to stay in here like 2025 if it was going to hold. Offer attempting here again. Russell held our 30-second opening range high as resistance into 73.5. So this is our value edge retest on RTY. So like if bid is going to happen, you'd want to see it happen here, then get over or something like that. Or we'll just rotate back through and then oscillate like that. So let's see if we can find that Russell bid on our value edge with NQ into 2025. Sure. Need to step back over 25 pretty quick here from our bid at 20s, or offer will hold, then we'll just push through. Russell's still a little weak. Testing 25s now. See if they just take it all in. RTY leading. 20s again here on NQ. Feel like as long as we're holding below this, sell side has a chance. Until then, a little rough. $20 bid still.
Buy surf. Yes, testing where we saw initial offside sellers at the highs and the acceleration through from buyers.
Back to our 510 here. Should be a great risk off if you took a short off of our failure over 25s. We need to show interest below this for anything more. Or this is where the bid happens again. Russell, bottom of range. Unless they sweep this through aggressively right now, I could see RTY needing to retest our value edge before we continue downward. For a little relief here. We already know that this is NQ where the bid was, so we want to see Russell follow through with this move and NQ get below 505, 510. We're gonna keep going.
FHFA Director Bill Pulte, speaking in a Fox Business interview, says that Fannie and Freddie are immensely valuable. Pulte adds that Fannie and Freddie Mac going public will be up to the president. So just correction from the main wise, that's Freddie Mac going public will be up to Trump.
Should be your first risk off if you're playing off 505 into 20s. Need to either push above this 2735 or offer below 505, and then we can get another like 20 points at least to 90, 85. Just range bound in our already structured area. 2 minutes till last 15 of the day. $20. It's your new 15, 5 minutes till MOC. Offer is trying to flip this, so they want it, but
FHFA's Director
getting
Pulte
taken.
says that Powell needs to cut interest rates.
Did get a little Vixie pop here.
Same as before, 20 offer. Should be taking off some if you're playing off this 505, 510. I have no clue what happens on MOC. This is getting so heavy down here, so if it goes below and then it holds on MOC, I expect like a pretty large move down. But if bid continues to just maintain this 510, 505, and we get over 35s, I expect new highs. Did we catch any good legs? Yeah. We played the long breakout from 460.
1 minute to go now
For
till
this
we get
push
the
up.
market on close imbalance data.
Twenty seconds till MOC.
Ten seconds.
It's MOC.
Market on
Spiked
close
into our
imbalance.
offer.
S&P 500 buy side 44 million. Nasdaq 100 sell side 413 million. Dow 30 sell side 251 million. And Mag 7 sell side 355 million. Just seeing the S&P 500 mock now to the buy side of 122 million.
Offer held in the highs, 25.35, rotation back down. See if they take out the MOC low here into 510. That should be a direction if we do. RTY leading up here a little bit, testing our value edge. 10 buyers still present. Watching to see how our offer holds into value on Russell. Sell side testing our lows here. There's your sweep through with Russell follow through. See if they offer it. This has to like really offer. I gotta eat all this. Yeah, no. It was pretty convincing to me that I either don't want to be short or just don't want to touch it at all. The bid there is pretty clear. Offer's gotta like really slam this thing down and then retest for me to be comfortable. I didn't like that at all. Just watching our 505, 510 again to see if bid will hold. Got 4 minutes left. Engine. It is trying to flip this so badly. Back to our top here, off the failure there below. Rebid of 505, push to 27.35. If we can get over 35s, I think we're good. Where do they keep us here? We have a minute left. Come on. Russell leading back up to our value high edge. See if it offers here again. If NQ can start to build and sustain over 27.35, I think we're an okay spot for a squeeze, but I don't know if we have the time. 30 seconds. Yeah, man. Taking off one more here into 35 because I'm a giant pussy. One runner left, 508 average.
It's another big fill on ES there. Same area. I got almost 4K contracts at that 47. They're big ES fills at the close.
There we're going. We're going. All right. All right. Well, that wasn't terrible. What a battle in the close. Jesus.
Yeah. The last half hour, really.
Yeah, no problem, Kevin. I tried to be a bit more patient today for you guys. It seemed like a lot of you guys were struggling when we were in balance, so just only talking when I care about things. You didn't break even on that. Oh, hi, buddy.
US extends tariff pause.
Is he okay?
US
Oh,
extends.
there we go. Yeah, I mean, so we saw this happen.
Ignore that last headline there.
We've seen this happen a couple times now, where it's just like sell side just does
So again, it
not
says US
have,
extends tariff pause on some Chinese goods to August 31st.
like, all of these balances that we've created on the day. We can just go back and look. Like, we just like cannot take out lows. Like, it's just so just finding like a key pivot and then seeing if we can actually build below. And then as soon as we recover, just flipping to do the full retrace up to the highs and then playing off the break here has just been kind of the move today. It's just like there's been no sustained sell, right? It's just slow grind up. So once we see sell side kind of fail, you just kind of have to play in the opposite direction and accept it. Like, it doesn't feel great, but like these consolidations we've seen, it's just been happening over and over and over again today, where it's just range, failure at lows, and then take out highs and then pop.
So
Range,
US Customs and Border Protection
Take out
posts
highs,
update on tariffs.
pop.
So again, US extends tariff pause
range,
on some Chinese goods to August 31st.
take out highs, pop. right? It's just over and over and over again. So as long as you kind of can see the bigger picture of being like, oh, okay, every time we've tried to go for a continuation short from our top edge, we've basically just given it all back, right? So it's like, might as well just leave one runner, try the lows, and then, but if we bid back above through, like we have to just accept like that sell is just not there. Just like we did on our last push here from our 60-65 short and then rotation down to 430. It's like, okay, well, 440s go bid again. We don't see that any interest below. Then we play this back up. If you don't get in at 440s, this is when we talked about flipping long, where I went long here at our 60 break from this 40 hold. It's like, oh, okay, well, sell side's cocked. Like, basically, you know, let me just play it up. And it's the same thing again, where it's like we're seeing like that bid really step in 505, 510, no interest below. We see just the bid step back through and then Russell lead, and then we just go up. Just cuck seller. That's all it is. All right. Goodbye.
I'll see you guys in 30 minutes for class.
Should I be there?
You don't have to. Totally up to you. We're gonna just for those hanging out, it'll be a continuation of everything we've done with order flow, but we're gonna be focusing on footprint today and look at signals within balance ranges on order flow. It'll basically be an extension of kind of what was gone over today, but just some like tips and tricks and setups of when to execute momentum out of balance, when to trust balance. So that is that. I will see you guys then.
Peace.
Goodbye.
I even think this is a good one to look at, probably. This low into these. And then the pushback through for the long signal. Same with this high. Probably be there. I don't know how much I'll talk. I'll be listening though and adding feedback in chat. All right. I'll talk to you all later. I will be there for class though. Goodbye.